Okay. So grab some food. Now I need to figure out how I want to do. Here we go. Okay. So go to ears, cape, and oh, you know what I didn't do? Hang on. Got some music in there now. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do is make some. Goblin's doing this too at the moment. We're making some like rough template, or not template necessarily, but like placeholder kind of test outfits and things. Um, so we'll make some stuff and see how we feel about things, I guess. How you doing, Thedvec? Hope you are well. I'm doing okay. I hadn't eaten anything, so I had to take a little break to eat something. I was sort of getting sort of drowsy, I guess, not having eaten. So, feeling a little bit better now. See how long we go here today. So, I think I don't know if there's a ton of people there right now. Um, but curious where people's thoughts lie on stuff like cosmetic shirts and things that are visible, like it's sort of how World of Warcraft has their shirt. Um, what kind of use does that get? I think in World of Warcraft it was less covered, or it was more covered, or um, you didn't really see much of it. So like, if that was more utilized, I guess that make a difference. Gotta impress the ladies. Okay. I think it could be cool to get stats and looks you want. Only thing I see maybe it bothering, maybe for PvP, other players can't tell by looking at you what some of your capabilities you have. Well, who cares about PvP players anyway, right? But I think for the cosmetic stuff, it's just cosmetic. There's no stats, right? So like, the stat gear is always like visible and stuff. Golden Nut Jams. Yes, sir.
quick question. When was the last time you hit save?
A good question. Alright, that's good enough for this. I am blocking in some like quick sort of what is this? I'm doing some like quick block in for some clothes to test some stuff here. We got robe 1, robe 2, and we'll do like a monk thing. Like a what's a good like, so yeah, I don't know if I finished my sentence there. Blocking in a bunch of like outfits and stuff to throw them in really quickly to test like the layering with the cosmetic shirt layer that we have. So we want to see kind of like what kind of cross pollination, I guess, or like problems that occur when we do have a bunch of like stuff that's mixing and matching and kind of fighting for attention on the chest. Let me do looking for like a fighter, the monk harness kind of thing. Let me do this. Define Possum asks, what are you working on this evening, Vandoiler? I'm doing, like, I'm trying to do some kind of rapid test pieces kind of thing. The, what kind of stuff we can do, basically. So I'm just, they're like, what do you call it? Prototyping sort of stuff. So they're just gonna try and make a bunch of things. It's gonna be all like gray like this. We're gonna see if we can throw it in and see what it looks like. How do we like it? How does it interact with other pieces in there, kind of thing. Game dev speedrun. Yeah, they're kind of it's I mean, it's kind of concepting the system rather than just the item itself necessarily. Is probably more than good enough right now. Gnome skull will fit in the center there. Centering? Okay. That'd be cool. Do something with a skull. I was thinking about some of the Ixar helms that I really love. I was like, oh, I want to do something that kind of reminds me of that sort of thing. So, but I'm not doing helms right now. Just armor, body armor at the moment. So let's just you ever seen Sean Connery's outfit in the movie Zardoz? Yeah, that's that red outfit, right? This bad boy. Who doesn't know this outfit? Doesn't look very fit in this shot here. Got like sand all over him too. Have you not seen that 3PO? Where have you been? You living under a rock? Everybody's seen that photo. I'm gonna do like a necklace thing. I should do some stuff from like our class stuff here. Well, we have this necklace, and then the wolf or the animal skin thing. You have like a necromancer necklace, although I think that's the intention for that one is to be part of the, what do you call it? Shawl. I don't know how the cleric one will go down, because this could be part of, we could make all of this part of the chest. But yeah, this would cover everything, basically. I want to stay away from plate right now, though. I want to play with more of the monk beastmaster level of clothing to see how they roll. Okay, well, come on now. So I hope we get some of the EQ style monk armors where it's just like mesh and you see the nips. Yeah, so that's one thing that, like, I don't know how or if we can do. I guess that's something to test, like sort of mesh transparency kind of things. Because the way that stuff worked, like with like some of the erudite clothing and stuff, where it was sort of like mesh or see-through or whatever, it was sort of lingerie-y or whatever. All of that stuff was painted in full color. You know, it was just a full texture swap. They didn't like compile stuff like the way we are. So I don't know. Yeah, sheer. So I don't know if that will work for us or not with our system. So that's something that's worth testing. Yeah, it's like EverQuest stuff was all like It is old school. They didn't like the stuff we're doing is a little bit fancier, honestly. Not to like brag or anything, but that's just, you know, we're employing some modern tools on things. So it's just one of them. Peak Lizard outfits in the Holy Mountain, very obscure movie, but it's a real iguana with a shield and a spear. What? Never heard of this. This thing? I don't know if this is really our style, bro. Kind of taped on there. Gonna have to pass on that. The fuck? Oh. Okay. Okay. What else? Yeah, what else, you guys? What else should we do? Let's do request monk here. What's I don't know what. We hit just like arm wraps and stuff. I'm trying to just stay on. I'm not doing like full outfits right now. I'm just doing. That's just a harness. Hey, pessimistic squid, how you doing, man? What about boots or some kind of shin guard? Well, I'm sticking to chest area. That's the only relevant. Chest is the only relevant piece for this test that I'm doing right now. I mean, I can do like part of the arm as well or whatever, but like it's going to be essentially a chest piece in that regard. Let's do. I mean, it can go down to like. I mean, I can use any of the as much spotty as I want, but it's like we're making chest pieces, not boots and stuff. So it's all about the cod pieces. Cleric stole. Cleric stole. Is that a thing, or are you accusing a cleric of something? Karate style top. I mean, I could do something like that real quick. I think we kind of already have that as one of the robes. So it's not like super different, but it's okay. We'll throw it in there. I don't know how to describe it. The thing priests and the Pope and shit wear around their shoulders. Oh. Yeah. I mean, that by itself is not something I want to do for a standalone piece, but this imagery I could use for something. Yeah, so that will help. Yes. A shawl. Oh, that's I need to turn mirror off this. This should probably go up. Or what's this? That. Not the most elegant thing ever, but whatever. Okay. Oh man. Dang it. Divine Possum says he wish he had better ideas. I'll go sit in the corner now. Nah, dude. I appreciate your input. The karate thing was a good suggestion. Something that we don't fully have already. It's something we'll probably want anyway, so. More stuff to try out, you know, so it's all good. Oh, what? Wait a minute. Oh, fuck. That didn't... Good. Okay. Good. Everything's fine. Okay. Okay. Good enough for now. That's robe 2, 3. And then I was going to do the priest thing. It's like made me think of like a fancier robe. Gonna cover a lot though, but that's fine. Inevitably, stuff will, right? That pretty much is gonna cover up everything.
Quick question. When was the last time you hit stay?
Is this GoldenEye soundtrack? Yes, it is, sir. It's a remastered version of GoldenEye soundtrack from GoldenEye 64, the Nintendo game. I hesitated there because I didn't want to get sued by Nintendo. don't know what this line is. Just a mistake, I think. Something like that. There isn't really a belt on these things. I'm tempted to say fabulous. New Project Runway game. I don't know if it's that good. Calm down. It's alright. It is just a scribble scrabble. Fierce. Okay. Okay. And then we'll just delete some of these little boogers here. And Always good. Robe 4. Okay. How much work is duplicated for each race gender combo when you're designing clothing? Is there a method of tooling things so that you can design once and it somehow automatically adjusts? Yeah. So let me show you the stuff. I mean, I've talked about the UVs before. Let me pull up. Oh, hang on. That's not it. So we have this guy. So we have the UVs. All the races have their UVs the same way as this. So this is the UVs for the ogre. This is the UVs for the human. This is the UVs all the way down the line to the halfling and gnome. So when we make like a robe or something like this, I'm painting it on the human, but it's going to come in looking like this on the texture. And because everything is lined up the same like this, it'll automatically work on all of these guys. So by virtue, the system that we have that automatically automatically adjusts for the races, it's inherent in the model. So it's already done. And so we don't have to do anything at this point. We just make the thing once and it works. So the UV is race agnostic. Sort of assume it was per race. Yeah, no, we are intentionally UVing them all the same for this purpose. It doesn't always like make everything 100% like with the you don't really notice much, but there is inevitably some stretching and stuff. It doesn't really show on this one too bad. Like it's a little bit janky around here for the troll, or not the troll, the ogre. But there's some difference. Like this is a little bit thicker on her because that's what the UVs are. But it works. I think we had some trouble with the dwarf female here because her boobies are real big and she doesn't have much of a stomach. So that gets kind of crunched. If I threw, there's something weird going on there too. Oh, I guess that's normal. That's part of it. Okay. Stuff gets squished around and stretched and that sort of thing. That's just gonna happen, but it's not to the extent that it's like too bad. Really, it's not super noticeable. So, But yeah, the UVs are all the same. That's the trick. It's as simple as that, really. Okay, so we got our priesty robe. What else do we want? Let's go back to this guy. Party hats. Anything on the extreme end of things? Like, I think the only other one is like this, but it's going to behave the same as some of the other stuff I already did. So, got a thing incoming. This is going to be an interesting helmet to make. This one's going to be fun. Could do a bandoiler. Maybe I'll do this robe. The bandoiler. I assume this is going to be part of the robe. I don't know if it's like an accessory, but I think that's where we're going to get into things when we start, like when we make outfits that have like stuff on them already. That's probably where we're going to run into the most amount of issues. Because like if we just make plain outfits, those can go together pretty easily. Yeah, I'm gonna AFK a quick sec. Need to go to the bathroom. Be right back. MCP Live asks, does the bandoiler exist only as a texture or does that have geo? It's only gonna be texture because we don't have any attachment geo that goes like that. Actually don't know if, I mean, this whole thing, I don't know if this is even still a relevant design or not, because I think this was based on the other robe design. So, because like this doesn't have a belt, and if a belt were to go here, it would be a whole thing. So, Goblin, if you're out there, I don't know, was this robe designed around using that armpit robe thing? So should this, I don't know if you want to Okay. Yeah, so maybe that's something else then. There's a new version. Okay. I will do a different one then. Let's see, what else do we have? I guess this could be the chest, the plate, and the front section could be the chest, and then this bottom section could be an undershirt portion technically. Like if we wanted to break this up, because this front portion would have to be part of the chest, in order to be on the proper layer. But this, if we didn't want to have this to be so overbearing as like a whole piece, whole chest piece, then we could break this robe skirt portion into an undershirt. Maybe I'll do that one just for funsies. So it's pretty. I like the cleric. I like the cleric stuff. Goblin, I don't know if you how much of your stream you're catching, but I went through and I just did a couple of little quick doodly doos. So we have like I did the necklace from the Beastmaster, the robe, did a bunch of robe stuff, just like quick like grayscale shit, so we can just throw them all together and see what happens. I guess these would all be. I mean, I guess these would all be chest pieces, so that these wouldn't interact with each other, I suppose. 'Cause these all seem kind of elaborate for like undershirt stuff. So I mean, maybe this one could be an undershirt or something, but like, there's not a lot of value there unless it's a necklace. So for this one, I don't know. But that's what I was doing. So now you know. But yeah, let me do this cleric one. Let's grab the gray. And this is going to go all the way to... This is a full... full chest. It's here. Vex says, have you ever thought about Zukan Works and the Goblin sculpts? Can't say I have. I'd say that is first time thought just occurred. think Goblin has done some sculpting stuff. You know, he did some Goblin puppetry. There's Goblin puppets out there. Okay. I'll just do G here. This seems like it's gonna go all the way up. Let's get the armpits. All right, that's quick and dirty little guy there. Kind of looks less spectacular. Of course, I did a shitty fucking job, so that's not too surprising, I guess. But yeah, kind of cleric stuff. General cleric-y shape, at least. Make that. This would be this color or darker, most likely. Okay. Good enough for that. There'll be some wrinkles in here or whatever. This is supposed to be fabric. Right. Can I download this? Download. Nothing there is shifting. Did you move them over? Into visualization of all the things working together like they really simpler. Yeah, this one is a cool belt. Should do something like that too. Yeah, shift them over, then down one. So it's like a ziggy zag. Yeah, I gotcha. I'm gonna snap some of these and do a bunch of these and get them in there. And we can play with them. I wanna get them sorted out. Because then if we also get them in there, we can do that thing you were talking about where we just like, it's a placeholder and we can just paint it, clean it up or whatever. Oh, what? Okay, stop. Yeah, this is good. It's like I mean, it's hard to see. I guess this one right here. I mean, I guess that could work even. So, yeah. Can you send me can you send me one without the chest layer? I want to see all of the undershirt ones you did. So I could do some of those as well, or if you want to do you want to do a bunch of them or whatever, that's fine too. I think a lot of these ones that show a lot of the undershirt, I guess these are all like brawler type things. It's like a wharf thing right there. Um, oops. It's just erase this line. do 50. Hey Nicodemus, how you doing, man? Okay. Well, what are we up to now? 5? Gonna do this one. Trying to find ones that are like the weirder ones, I guess, and because like, and then we have all the undershirts. Just shirt, shirt of many sleeve lengths. Same thing there. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 shirts with varying. And then there's some other ones down here as well. These will be interesting ones, I guess. Should do some of these to see, because like I think that's the thing. It's like these are the undershirts. How do these work with some of the other ones? I guess. And he did do the video, so should keep an eye on some of these ones down here. I think maybe that's just a tattoo though, this last one. Yeah, I think some of those ones I'd like to see what they look like, I guess. And see how it looks on all the races. Glad to be done with the day job, sir. Looking forward to GSD tonight. GSD. What's GSD? Not everybody getting stuff done. Oh, okay. Thank you for keeping it family friendly. That's entirely unnecessary on my stream. I'm the first one around here to make it R-rated. Do all these fuckers ever jump out of the wall and have a huge... What the fuck? There you go, buddy. Back to, no kids allowed. Appreciate it. What did I just join? You've been here. Don't be surprised. Over there, pearl clutching and shit. Sorry, y'all need to watch. I think you should leave. Is that in reference to a show that I'm not aware of or something? I feel like I'm missing a reference now.
Quick question. When was the last time you hit save?
Okay. You don't know the show. If you don't know the show, you will have exactly Zukan's response. Yeah, I don't know what show we're talking about here. So. I'm lost. I don't watch like new shows very often, so it's like a new thing. I haven't seen it. I mean, obviously I haven't seen it, but
Hearken well in Hall of Kings. On ocean steed my words gain wings. Odin's mead I forth will bring. For noble deeds thine honor sing. The brave man slain Valkyrier waits.
okay.
Reward for strain to Valhall takes. Then horns resound the mighty hall. For those who fight, for those who fall.
So Zukan, are we changing how equipment works? No. Not really, no. That's actually what we're testing, kind of. Because we have the undershirt layer, right? And previously it originally was the arm slot, and we said, you know what, this is a weird slot to author for, so we decided to make it a shirt slot. Well, it's like, all right, what if we did like an undershirt, so that like you'd have your chest piece and then you'd have like a whole undershirt that you could equip or whatever. And so we had that for a while, and recently it was decided that it would be easier to just not have that stat slot. Oh man, I need to make this higher now. So it doesn't function for stats anymore. It still exists at the moment, but it kind of functions purely as cosmetics. Basically, it's you can still have the undershirt, but it doesn't have any stats, so it's just all like it's just there to kind of complete your look. And so what we're trying to decide right now is, do we want to keep using it like that, or do we want to just nuke the slot entirely and then have just one chest slot, and then when we're authoring stuff we'll just put the undershirt directly into the chest texture, basically, like manually doing it. So before we just go and do that, we're kind of gonna really play with it some more and see how we feel about how it's gonna work, because that we haven't really focused on armor enough to have like a lot of variety to really see. I feel like it hasn't gotten the fair shake yet, so we're kind of like, it's a bit of a tangent from the what do you call it? Priorities. It's a tangent from priorities, but like something we kind of want to figure out so we can move forward with whatever option we choose to do. So kind of why I'm doing it right now. I was gonna like wait a little bit, but realized that I don't really need to go finish all the dudes I was doing. For it to work. So because we have the human, we can do it on the human, and that works. If that makes any sense. So does armor visuals just come with the chest piece or match the chest? Yeah, so there is no, like, in your character inventory window, there is no longer an arm slot officially. So any texture that goes on your arm is going to be coming from a chest piece, like a shirt with long sleeves, or something of that like. Because like another thing is like with go back to this, the upper arm, like the arm slot is this bit, right? Historically, this is the arm slot. In EverQuest, this is the arm slot. But in EverQuest, you don't have shoulder pieces, and you don't have shawls like this. You don't have shoulder pieces, like separate shoulder piece geometry in an EverQuest that's going to be covering your upper arm section. It's just a texture that loads in that region. That's your pauldron. I think pauldrons don't even show in EverQuest. There are no pauldrons visually. So it's kind of an area that by itself, it's a weird place to just have a texture by itself. It kind of makes sense to like attach it to something, like a shirt, right? Like a shirt with like the sleeves on it. So that was kind of the logic behind that evolution. So the decision was like it's a weird, awkward thing to texture by itself. We didn't want to just do like the EverQuest style cut off at the seams on the shoulders, and then have like a different texture or whatever, a different texture just for there. It's kind of weird. So we just made it part of the shirt, like so. And then the issue is, okay, so what do we do with this arm slot that we've just kind of stopped authoring for? And so what we did was like, all right, you got your chest piece, and then you have like kind of a longer shirt, like an undershirt that's like more coverage, you know, like let's see. I mean, let's just go back to this guy. If we said, all right, so let's use a different color. if this is the chest, like when you equip your chest piece, whatever, this thing, you could even, I think the way we have it actually is, we actually have this part. So this whole thing is your chest when you equip it in game. We don't have the front spiky bit, but whatever, you get the idea. So that's the whole thing. And then so what's the undershirt then is, it's, I don't know if this is going to show, this part here is the undershirt, and it goes, actually goes all the way to the wrists like this. So that's the undershirt, and I think it goes up the neck a little bit like that. So it's all under there, and it's just 2 layers. And so these were two separate items, because we still used to be using the arm, formerly called the arm slot, that now called the shirt slot, as a stat slot. So your you would equip your chest piece, you get some AC and stats. Then you'd equip your undershirt, you get AC and stats. But the change has come down that the undershirt is no longer giving any AC or stats. So it's purely there for looks, meaning it's not required. And so then the question becomes, do we want to maintain a purely cosmetic thing entirely, like on a separate thing, like a separate layer like that? It's like it's its own thing. Not only from the art side, but also content wise, it needs to be implemented and assigned a texture in game, and those items need to be created. So there's the whole pipeline that needs to be done, but there's no incentive for the player to do it, to use those things, because you're not getting anything out of it other than those people who care about what you look like. So the two options are, all right, well, let's just nuke the whole thing, the whole slot, and then we'll just make this whole thing. Where's my... All right, it's like, okay, well, we'll nuke the whole thing, the whole slot, and now this whole thing is your chest now. So when you equip your chest piece, this whole region is filled in, and then all the different colors and all the different things or whatever happen, instead of it happening on 2 layers. So that's one option. Or the other option is to keep them separate and maintain it separately, even though it doesn't make a difference for the player. The people who care about only stats, at least, right? Because again, it's just purely cosmetic. And then it's like, I think, because there were concerns before, at least from my end, about the mixy matchiness of these 2 different layers, because they are competing for the same space on your body. And you know, we're making, because when you take your chest piece off, this whole undershirt layer is going to be there and visible in all its glory. So that means that we have to author a whole shirt that is designed to be covered up, and it may or may not mix and match very well with some other stuff. So like my initial feeling is like, all right, well then, if this doesn't even, if it's not even a required stat piece anymore, and it's by design going to be covered up, it kind of makes sense just to like bake it all in, because like And we don't have to, we're not forced to do the entire thing, only the bits that show on whatever piece we put it on. And we have more control over what parts do show. Like if we wanted to take this Gamzon undershirt and put it on like this guy, compared to the warrior, more of it might show. Maybe we'll have to author a bit more for this guy. Or if, like, what if we wanted to put it on who's the low v-neck here? I guess the druid or something, like someone who has like a v-neck, and we didn't want that portion. Like we liked kind of the bottom portion, but we didn't like how the neck portion kind of worked. We could just cut that out for that one texture to kind of like curate it a little bit more per set, so that there aren't any like tangent lines and that sort of thing. So that was my feeling towards it. So but before we do that, it's like we're gonna testing it basically to see kind of what we're dealing with, what we're really, because like again, we haven't really spent the time to, haven't spent enough time on the armor bits to you know, really understand it, I guess, what's actually happening kind of thing. So Sleepy Druid, it is kind of the WoW shirts, although the difference is our shirts have more space to work in, because WoW doesn't have the skirt. Like every piece of armor has the potential to use like this skirt geometry here. And that's something that WoW doesn't have. So there's a little bit more space for the shirts to kind of poke out of stuff, but the fact remains, they're still by design, they're always going to be underneath stuff. So it just comes down to like how we decide to author the stuff that goes on top of them so that they do show. You know, if we're like with the low level and the, you know, the poor people kind of clothes, it makes sense to be all shambly and stuff, but like you know, I think certain people want to be kind of decked, you know, like paladin, cleric, they're covered, and there's really not much room for stuff for undershirts on these guys. Like you could say, okay, maybe this is part of the undershirt and it pokes out a little bit, and you know, the same thing with this, we can make this robe portion part of the undershirt, but that's kind of all we have, because there are certain things we can't do. Like it's like we cannot make this breastplate the undershirt and then make this cloth piece the main chest piece, just for like, I mean, if we really wanted to fucking push the needle, we could do that, and then we could do it for this only and make it a cleric only thing. But I think that even then that causes problems, because you could just take this chest piece and pop on like some other thing. Like if you had I don't know, you could put on a fucking linen, you could put on some other shirt, like some cloth shirt or something over top of this, and then you have a weird undershirt plate thing going on. I don't know. I mean, I suppose you could say it's kind of cool, it could work or whatever. I don't know if that's what we want though, like stylistically and like thematically, and is that what we want to, like, I don't know. It just kind of feels like it's a bit letting stuff kind of slip through the fingers. I guess it's like, I don't know. Fashion Quest was the best quest, bro. I'm going for Twink Chic. Cleric is wearing his undershirt over his armor. Well, that's something that you can't change that order either, right? Like it stuff. It's kind of hard coded certain stuff, and the tabard should be part of the armor. Yeah. So, the tabard is part of that armor in that case. And that's how I did it here. This is the cleric stuff. I'll do a little, make a little smiley face on there. I'll do a little smiley face. There. Clerics. Make you happy. Actually, let me redo that. Without mirror on. There we go. Good enough. McNarf says, will the goblin loincloth be as long as human? Seeing as they have teeny little penises. Or Beastmaster. It's gonna look different on them for sure. Partly because the UVs might be squished more on them, so it might be shorter, but also their stance is gonna impact how it looks. Because I think they hunched over a little bit. And one thing I noticed about the, like from the orc, was that when you're bent over like that, it kind of pushes the robe in a weird way, I guess. So might impact that a little bit. Alrighty then. Oh, look, the smiley face is in the middle of the... Smiley face is right in the middle of this thing. It's fun. Okay, what else we got? What else we got? Is there any other one of these? I think maybe I want to try this Bandoiler. And maybe this guy. This one... Yeah, this one, just because these arms are going to be mirrored. And I like this belt. I want to do this belt. Although Although, is this a belt or is this a chest piece? Because this is kind of a belt. So this is conflicting with a different slot. Okay, so that, yeah, that's not really a chest piece. I think there was... There's something else somewhere. This one. Yeah, I like that. I like that look, that kind of combat belt thingamajig or whatever. I definitely want something like that, but it's gonna have to be a belt slot. It doesn't really work as a chest piece because it's just gonna conflict with actual belts. Because it being a chest piece, it's gonna be underneath the belt always. So it's not like it would cover up any belt you're currently wearing, kind of thing. Because if that was the case, it might work as that, but... Maybe do the shirt robe and chest robe. I always made the shirt robe slightly longer. Which one? This one? Is this chest robe? You know, another thing that we need to figure out is male-female alternatives. Okay, I have this. It's not as low a V-neck. I could make that lower though. Let's make it lower. Um, so all these ones I've done are all designed to be chest. So I need to do some undershirts now. I suppose. I think I still wanted to do one last one though here. I think I want to do this one. Let's do this one real quick. Like another harness one. But this will be the last one, and then we'll do a bunch of the shirts. I think The shirts are fairly simple, so I can just do one and then duplicate it and then cut up the sleeves, because that seems to be the biggest difference between the iterations of them. So we'll see.
Hein drottin huvudgottan. Jo för dyrranvik
I did the cleric one. That's a full chest with shoulders.
Ragnir
If that,
Vilkat
it's got the smiley face
stridja.
and everything. So, I mean, this one fills that, I think. But I can do another one. I could do one that's like, something like this.
Turvask tyggja dyrum.
It's like kind of full, but
Ein skjoldum läck aldrig.
yeah, enough. Something like this, I guess. That's like, I don't know. I could do something like this one, sort of.
Av händer mer ällig.
Yeah. Um. This one just needs to be not, because it's, yeah, as long as the thing isn't mirrored or whatever, we're good. All right, I'll do that other one as well after this guy. Son of a bitch. All right. This is dirty as fuck, but doesn't have to be the cleanest thing. Yes. The heck? Okay. Not a lot to do for now. It's not perfect, but good enough. Harness 3. And then there was this other one. Do this guy. It's just guess like a breastplate with shoulder pads on it. Let's do that guy. Or like a leather. Let's make it like a leathery thing or something, I guess. I don't know. A leather shirt. Let's just do that. Doesn't really matter what it is right now. Okay. Oh, this guy is this model doesn't have the updated V's. I'm just realizing right now. So that's problematic. I thought I fucking did. Shit. Well, I need to fix that in a sec here, but we'll well, it's a minor thing. It's not a major thing. It won't like prevent us from, like, I can use all this stuff I did. I just like I just need to do, it's like a minor thing. This is centered properly and everything. It's just like there's some minor tweaks that we did, like this. If you see the neck is straight up and down like this, but on this one, the neck kind of comes in at an angle like this. So this should actually be straight up and down. And it's also on the armpit. This is straight and this is straight. But on this guy, it's not straight, like right here. This comes down, this comes up, and they're not aligned properly. So it's a minor thing. All I need to do is just pop in the right model and then just make sure that just clean up any boogers. But so yeah, we're fine. It's more of an annoyance than a stopper, a blocker, you know. Just a minor thing. So but I sent the wrong one to Zach, so I need to make sure I send him the right thing. Although I don't know if he's using the actual model or not. So it may not even matter. Okay. Sorry if you explained it already, but what's the purpose of the rough mock-ups? Fucking Senior Angus rolling in late, asking these fucking questions I've answered fucking 50 fucking times. I swear to God, you asked me one more freaking time. I need a fucking chocolate to calm down. Most of my chocolate, so. That's all good. I'm gonna ban his ass, yeah. Dang it. Did that on the wrong layer. Okay. Uh yeah, what Goblin said. Senior Angus, it's to see if keeping chest slots and undershirt separate has any major issues we should avoid, should be done at all. Yeah, so we're I was finishing my chocolate to calm down. So we had it's like we used to have an arm slot, like when you for armor, there's a chest slot, bracers, etc., and then like in EverQuest we used to have an arm slot, but we kind of converted that into an undershirt because it made more sense to, like, when we're like actually painting armor for it. So we have this undershirt that was a separate thing, and it was a stat piece. It had its own set of stats and everything, but recently, it was decided that the stats that as a stat slot was going to be no more. So the formerly arm slot, now dubbed the shirt slot, undershirt, was just you'd still be able to equip something like that, but it wouldn't give you any stats. So it turned itself into a purely cosmetic slot. And so then from my standpoint, it's like, okay, well, if it's not a stat slot that I am forced to maintain, should we just merge it into, should we just nuke the slot entirely, and then any sort of undershirt textures and stuff would just be merged into the texture of the chest piece. To make it more simple to like author, just keep it all in one, and that sort of thing. And so kind of before we do that, we're doing like a test to see how we really feel about the undershirt stuff, and because I don't think we really kind of mess with it enough. We've always been busy with other stuff to really mess with armor too much. We've only done like targeted kind of things. I feel like we haven't really done what we need to, I guess, to make a call. I mean, I have my opinions, right? That it was my initial opinion to like, all right, maybe we don't need this then. So, but before we do that, seems like a wise thing to just try stuff out, check things. So that's kind of what's going on. I'm making a bunch of sort of basic shit. We got a bunch of like grayscale outfits and stuff here. These are all chest pieces, and I'm gonna make a bunch of undershirts, and then we're gonna throw them all in there, and then see how they play together. All right, so let's call these are all the chess pieces. These are in a spot, and we have a couple other. Well, actually, so these are the chess ones. Somehow all these got like dark, not as dark as they need to be, or whatever. Or dark as they originally were. Not that it even fucking matters, but I don't know. I'm being dumb, I guess. All right, that's good enough. Zukan, have you ever said what other games you have worked on? I haven't worked on. I haven't really worked on other games. I I helped out with the EQ Lantern project for a bit. Uh, if that counts. I did a couple models for that. I cleaned up some of the OG EQ models a little bit. And I helped with the Vanguard emulator server, if that counts. That was, I didn't do any art for that. That was like I did a lot of the wiki, and then I did some, like, some of the work on getting quests up and running and stuff like that. So I mean that's the only other stuff I've done really. But I don't know if that stuff really, it doesn't feel like it counts like within actual making a game kind of stuff. So this is your first big game work then? Yep. Pretty much. Yeah. I'm a noob. Yeah, I went to college for game art and design. So I mean, they don't, you don't really make a game in that though. It's just like the art side of stuff. I made like a 2D game or something, but I mean, it's like one of those point and click kind of things. All right, so now we're gonna make some of these shirts, undershirts, and I could probably just do like a robe. I could take the robe and just cut it up pretty much, because that's what all of these are. And then there's some of these. Need to not forget about some of these ones down here. But yeah, Define Possum. I went to college for game art and design, and then I got a job working at a tech company making 3D furniture for marketing purposes. I worked there for 8 years, and throughout that entire process, entire time, I was like always trying to work on my own stuff to try and get into the game industry as a character artist. So I have like experience working in a professional environment and on a team and all that stuff. And I have my own experience working on trying to work on character stuff to the best of my ability, but it is always, kind of on my own. So there's still a lot of stuff that, like, I've learned. I've learned a shit ton of stuff working on M&M because, you when you're making characters for games, a lot of the stuff is like very specific. There aren't not everything is like universal, like do it this way, this is the right way to do it kind of stuff. So there's been a lot of stuff that I've learned to do differently because we needed it to do a thing for our game. So, but there's a lot of base knowledge that was already there, right? It's just like how to do thing this way, just different than I'm used to, kind of stuff, and the reasoning behind doing it this way, sort of thing. Yeah, Goblin. That's what I was just gonna make the robe. I mean, I could just like bucket tool that shit. And then I don't think any of these go up the neck, do they? It would have been more interesting if I was doing it for The Sims, I'll tell you that. But that, unfortunately, is not the case. It's like there was some stuff that we did that was like we did some like room planning app stuff where it was for Android, or it was for mobile basically. You'd take a picture, or it wouldn't even be a picture, it would be alternate reality where you just like take a video of your room and then you could drop in like furniture in your space and be like, do I like this chair in this corner? And so in order to do that, we had to we built an app in Unity and put that on the phone. And so that was some of the most interesting stuff I did, because the regular stuff we did, because it was for marketing, it had to look photoreal, and it was just a lot of it was just images, so it didn't matter how high poly it was, or how high poly, or how large the textures were. It's basically working in the film industry in that regard, because it just had to look good. Nobody really cared of the technical constraints. And so when we started building the stuff for the app, we had to take these like super high poly with 8K texture chairs, sofas and all this stuff, and like reduce it down so that we could use it on a phone in Unity. So it had to be game ready. We had to basically turn a film marketing model into a game ready model. And I found that interesting. I like games because I like the constraints, and that sort of thing. So it was I found it those projects really interesting. As we get to like, you know, do stuff we wouldn't normally do, basically. But a lot of the stuff was not that, right? That was like only here and there kind of stuff. But if I was working on The Sims, then that would be everything would be game ready, right? Because The Sims is a game, and that would have been more interesting. There would also probably be more artistic wiggle room because that's all fictitious stuff. But with marketing, it's a real thing that they're trying to sell, so it has to look exactly like the thing that they made in real life. So they get really picky about small details, and you're like, I don't care about this, man. For some people, The Sims is life, John. It's best not to anger those folks. My best friend went to school for game art and design, but never got to do it. He ended up doing 2D art for a pin company that does Disney and Pokemon pins. Yeah, it's pretty difficult. You have to be pretty lucky to get in the game industry right out of college. I know a couple people who did it, and I know a guy who met a guy at one of the game conventions, and he started talking to him about rocks. He really liked rocks, and he got a job working at Rockstar out of college because he was talking to the Rockstar guy, the guy at Rockstar who makes the rocks, and they bonded. They became best friends over that shit. So he got a job. And another guy who was in my class, he went straight into Blizzard as a VFX artist right out of college. So those are the only two people I know. There's a couple other people who wound up at jobs at game companies. I don't know them as well. I don't know what they did or where they went. So yeah, you just kind of like, there's a lot of factors, I guess, but like it's pretty crazy. You gotta be good, I guess, right? I'm not good enough, I guess. That's why I kept working on stuff. Some of the shit I did in college is pretty bad, and I'm still kind of bad, so still working on stuff, I guess. Did you always want to go into game design? Not always. It took me a while to figure shit out. Figure out what I wanted. I tried a couple different things. At first, I wanted to work in my garage making ceramic sculptures and sell those online, but that seemed like not a good path, considering I didn't end up actually doing that. I wound up playing video games all the time instead. So I was like, well, I'm not actually working, and I'm not gonna get very far. So, and also the whole like selling my own shit, like being like a self-made artist in that way, and selling myself and that sort of shit, it's not really my strong point. So I was like, this isn't gonna work, so I gave that up. It's like, this isn't, I need something else. So then I was like, I don't know, I like these web comics. That would be really fun. I like making stupid doodles. I like making jokes. And maybe I can do this. So I had a website, a little webcomic. Tried that for a little while. I even actually, you guys want to see something cool for you EQ nerds? Let me see if I can find it. I did a guest panel on GU Comics. I'm trying to find it. I don't know where it is anymore. I don't know where it is anymore. It's in there somewhere. I can't find it directly. But yeah, I did a maybe when you guys can hunt it down. I did a guest panel for GU Comics one time, and he linked my website, my webcomic, which doesn't exist anymore. If you click on that, he still has the link to it in the thing, but if you click on that link, it takes you to that website, but it now is owned by somebody else who turned it into like a porn thing. So I was like, oh man, maybe I should tell him, but whatever. But yeah, anyway, at one point I tried to do that. That was my thing. I think, yeah. So, and then eventually I was like, I don't know what to. I don't think so. I don't think I still have any of those. They weren't worth saving really. But yeah, so that happened, and that didn't work out. So then I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna do now, kind of thing. So, and I floated around for a bit, and then got a job at a thrift store. And that was an experience. That was a bit of real life. And I was like, I don't want to work at I don't want to do retail anymore. So what the fuck? Where's the wireframe on this? Flying Possum says, so it was an AR furniture trap? Yeah. So you'd you just like use AR, you take a video of your room and you could drop in like furniture in your space like in real time and stuff. It was all like all that fancy shit. No, I can't work late. I have a family at home. Logs into The Sims. Could probably Wayback Machine the domain. Maybe. I don't even remember the name of the... Dude, Possum, it was literally a Goodwill. I worked at a Goodwill. And I did the donation stuff in the back because I didn't want to talk to people. But they eventually made me do some cashier work and like hanging clothes. And I don't know the fucking difference between a blouse and a men's shirt. So I was fucking shit at that stuff. I didn't know where to put stuff. So I was getting in trouble all the time for putting stuff on the wrong place. And people were always trying to like scratch off the price tags and claim that it was like cheaper than it was originally posted for. And then like, I don't know, maybe I wasn't like detail oriented enough because I didn't give a shit, but like my cash register was always a little off here and there. I'm like, oh, what the fuck? So it was just, I was just fucking shit at that stuff. But I didn't mind doing like the digging through the pile of garbage in the back. That was interesting, and nobody, like, I was just kind of on my own. So that was pretty good. And then, you know, you find some weird shit. But ultimately, that the Goodwill stuff is actually is like a jobs program. At least the thing I did. So it was a 9-month thing, and then after 9 months, I think I forget what happens. You get like, you have to go to, I don't remember, but like around that time, I was like kind of ready to not do retail, and like I figured out what I wanted to do at that point. I wanted to go back to college for game art and do that stuff, because I figured at that point it was like a merging of my original desire to do ceramic sculpture and video game stuff. So I could like sculpt digitally and make video game stuff. So it seemed like a good merging of those two interests. And so that's what I did. Yeah. I was gonna try and do like continue working there while going to college, but they're like, no, you can't do that. I was like, all right, well, I quit. I mean, I guess the program or whatever was kind of over for me anyway, so I was leaving either way, it seemed like, but I was moving on and whatever. But so yeah, I went to college, and then I got the job making the furniture, and then now I'm here. So it's my life story. A blouse is a men's shirt if you're I should have said that. That would have been great. I'm sure that would have gotten me out of any sort of pickle I may have been in. Okay. Let's put this over here. And we'll duplicate this a couple times here. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad I'm happy I took that path, because when I got to the point where I was taking out a big loan to go to college, I figured out what I wanted. So I wasn't like I wasn't wasting money trying to figure stuff out. I figured stuff out and then I was wasting the money. So, and at that point as well, I was ready to get in there and go do the thing. So I found a college that was kind of more of an accelerated thing where, you know, it was just like, here's the stuff, you go do all these classes and then you're done. There wasn't a lot of extra bullshit. I mean, there was some extra bullshit. It's an art college. Like, they need to, it is what it is, right? All art colleges are art colleges. I mean, ask Goblin, he knows. But I mean, I went in with like my own, with a goal in mind, and like, you know, I was there for the reasons I was there. So I think it helped me out. So could have been worse, I guess. I could have been some of the other folks that were there. Some other folks didn't make it, pretty much. Or they didn't know. Or worse, they made it all the way to the end and they decided they didn't want to do that. You know, they're like, I don't know if this is for me, after getting their degree and, you know, deciding that maybe they don't want to be in the games industry. All right, that's your call, but damn. Or there's one guy who found out he was colorblind halfway through. It's like, yikes. That's going to impact stuff a little. I mean, it was like partially, like, couldn't see like greens, I think. But that's, art college is not where you want to learn that you're partially colorblind, you know what I mean? I've met a good amount of people who have degrees in other fields. I think it's a pretty common in Freer. I think it's very common, actually. And it's not, I feel like it's not entirely people's fault. Like, it's not like, I don't think it's like them just, you know, I'm sure there's a range, I'm sure, but I imagine there's folks who just couldn't get a job in the thing they got their degree in, and they just kind of stuck around wherever they landed. You know, not everybody, like, I think some people just want a job, just need a job. And then there's other people who couldn't get a job, but they still want a job in that field, right? And they keep trying. So I waited tables while in school, and for a few years after, have two incomes. While I was paid poorly, and I don't even work in the field I studied. Spend a lot on education, need any job to pay the debt, never get out of it. Yeah. It's kind of a little scary. I didn't want to, like, I sort of made a promise to myself that I would follow through with my stuff. So I wound up at that job, and I stayed there for a long time. It was getting dangerously close to a decade working there, and I'm like, I don't want, this isn't what I wanted for myself. So hopefully Eminem works out, or at least if it doesn't, then it counts as experience and it helps me later, I guess. But you know, I really like what we're doing here, and I'd like it to work out. So let's see how that goes, right? Let's keep working on it. So we got this guy, we got this guy, we got this guy. Oh, I can do this one too. Where's the wireframe? M&M next. M&M landmark. Yeah. Almost like we should move back to not requiring young people to invest 4 years of their lives and tens of thousands of dollars deciding on what they should do with the rest of their life. I think it should be normalized to spend a bit of time, you know, after high school, not going, like, having a gap year or two before college. Because I don't think you need to jump directly into college unless you, I don't know. I think even if you do know, you don't know, right? Because, like, I had a plan, and then my plan didn't work, or I decided I didn't want to do that plan. It took me a while to, like, really think about it and try some stuff and realize I didn't want to do those things. So maybe join the military or something for a bit instead. Have it paid for when you figure it out. Gap years in community college need to be pushed way more. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I did some community college stuff too. But I don't know if I don't know how much of that stuff, like, I didn't do the community college to advance scholastically necessarily. I didn't take any, like, general ed classes or anything. I took more art classes there to try stuff, right? I took, like, a 2D animation remember Flash? I took a Flash 2D animation class a couple times. And I think that's kind of where some of my wanting to make a comic came from. And I learned that I don't want to do animation. Animation's a pain in the butt. Well, I know the military isn't for everyone. You can go into the fields you want if you score it, and you get free college plus GI Bill. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just to go out and like live life a little bit, like see the world and stuff too, right? And just because sometimes you got to see some crazy shit to be like, I don't like that, and then you kind of process of elimination your way into what you do want to do or whatever. All right, let's Ooh. Where is this guy? Okay. Okay. What's this? Underrobe. A. B. D. D. Let's do. I just duplicate all these, and I cut off the skirt portion. Then I have all these shirts. So let's do that. Just keep all that. Okay. So, bam, 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 bam. Kennedy says, I had a Flash animation class too. It was fun. Yeah, dude, I took it in middle school. I liked it. It was like I did it as like a summer, like my own little summer school thing for fun. I took the same class like a couple years in a row just because it was fun. And I liked the teacher. And like, I felt bad sometimes because like I would take this class as a middle schooler and there would be like college age folks in there. And I remember one time there was like an exercise where you had to like draw a couple like frame panels, just like a comic on paper, and then show it to the dude next to you or whatever, and kind of like is like a kind of a pitch, like you're pitching your idea or whatever to somebody. So I did that and I had my little doodles, and then the guy did his, and he's like, I'm not very good at drawing, and he felt real bad, like he felt like really self-conscious about his stuff. And so I was like, oh, I hope I didn't make him feel even worse because I'm like some kid and he's got like stick figures or something. So I was like, I I don't know if he made it through the whole class. I don't remember, but just like it's okay, man. It's I don't know. But anyway, it do be like that sometimes though. Yeah, we got a shirt. We got arm sleeveless. We got a little bit of sleeve. Got a little bit more sleeve. And we got full sleeve shirt. You know what plumbers have to deal with? I'd rather risk electrocution. Have to compete with AI in a white collar world. Looks to be scary as fuck. To find possum says totally agree. I went to college, and when I was done, I had no idea what I actually wanted to do. So I joined an apprenticeship and found a job I love and got paid while I was trained in a skilled field. That sounds cool. What did if you don't mind me asking, what field is that? Land surveying. Is that like bird watching? You just look at land? That sounds pretty dope. I could do that. Maybe I should do that. That's my backup plan now. You do a little bit of bird watching on the side. If your boss isn't looking, you know what I'm saying? Is that the thing where you like you get that little tripod? That little construction tripod, and you just plant it down and walk away and get like lunch or something? That's like, I don't know. I legitimately like, I don't know enough about that. I'm just making stupid jokes, but like, I'm genuine. I'm curious, like, because obviously it's like important shit, right? Block intersections and get a sandwich. Like, I actually don't know what that. What do those tripods do? They're just cameras, I assume. Is it like, uh, why does it have to be there for so long? Is it getting like a time lapse to see like foot traffic or regular traffic or something? I'm like genuinely curious, you know. That was a serious question. That wasn't a joke question. Because I've always wondered like what those are or what they do or the purpose of it and stuff. So. Okay, so we got this guy, we got this guy, we got this guy, and we technically have this guy. Not really. I mean, it's close enough. Fuck it. So let's do this V-neck one. This is what I like to call the Captain Kirk here. We'll do one of these. And then I think we should do some of these guys down here. We'll do a tattoo one. What the fuck is happening here? Not a camera, it's a total station. It fires infrared beams to measure distance and angle. So I can do field geometry to lay out new construction or make maps of existing conditions for future construction. So is it penetrating the earth and stuff too? Does it do, is it like a kind of like a 3D scanner then? For just like the terrain, or are you like also kind of mapping like pipes and sewerage and stuff too? And what does the end result look like? Do you get like a 3D kind of point cloud thing? And you can like fly around, or is it more of like a 2D situation, like a height map kind of thing? Okay, so this is no longer a robe, this is a shirt. The LiDAR. I have a rod that looks like a wizard's staff with a prism that reflects IR beam. The end result is a 3D map. Oh, sweet. That you would then load into CAD for planning and design. That sounds pretty cool, actually. Yeah, and for that's the tripod we were talking about. It's like it shoots the laser beams. That's the government giving you your 5G injections and stuff. Then once the planning is done, you CAD layout plans in the real world for the builders to use. That's cool. So you don't you just kind of give them the I guess you said it's just land survey, so you just kind of give them the information of what's there, and then they take that and decide where they're going to put their enormous dick statue amongst themselves. So you kind of just like give them the facts and then fuck off. You don't have to. What kind of like bullshit do you sort of deal with that sort of thing? Like, so you don't have to like, you're not involved with the building portion of it, I assume, right? Okay. It features things as in like other things that are already planned. Like where everyone else has submitted the plans to put their dick statues so that they're all like touching. And, you know, if they want to do the docking or whatever. Oh, you're there so you throughout the entire construction. Okay. Okay. I thought you just kind of like told them before they started building, this is what the dirt looks like, and then you just leave, kind of thing. I didn't realize you stuck around the whole time. You're just the docking layout specialist. All right, I want to see. Yeah, let's. You need to get some new cards made. Sounds like. You're the dock master. Know what I'm saying? All right. Let's see. We need to do. I need to pull up this guy. Oh, I need to duplicate these as well. And we'll do. We delete this. No. We get something that looks like.
Quick question. When was the last time you hit save?
We get something that looks like this. And this also has a V-neck, so I need to do that one too. Well, my job of distracting you from actually working is done. Yeah, that was well executed. I think I'm kind of reaching to a point where I just like, yeah, I want to do something else. But I want to finish this still, but my what's it called? ADHD wants to go play a game or something. So let's try and get these done. Time for some more research. Yeah. All right, so we got like a bunch of shit now. There was actually a couple other ones that were worth doing. So we got the Captain Kirks of the world, and then there's this one. We could do this one, and this one, and definitely this one. I feel like maybe something like this might be worth throwing in there to see how that impacts things. Five more. How quickly can we do these 5? I think 3 of those should be pretty quick because they're just like erasing stuff that we already have. And then the tattoo one can be just some doodles. And then there's the wrappings one, which could go relatively quickly as well, I suppose. All right, Define Possum. Catch you later, dude. Thanks for the chat. It's interesting topic. I appreciate you sharing with the class. I hope you have a good night. All right, let's try and do these real quick. Shade. I want to eat a muffin and play games. That's what I want to do right now. Because like the other side of doing these guys is implementing all of these into Unity and playing with it. So that's going to be a whole thing as well. It's going to be a whole thing. Today's Wednesday. We'll probably end up doing a stream tomorrow just to do this tomorrow. Because it's going to take a while. And yeah. Okay. So let's see. Let's do grab this guy. So we can just delete all of this. And we'll do we're in the middle there. Are you just doing the assets tonight? If you want to cheat it, you could just have a placeholder shirt, placeholder chest, and use Photoshop to turn them into different things. I guess that's one way of doing it, yeah. Yeah, that could be a thing. I think what I was thinking of doing was just kind of setting it all up and then just spamming the randomize button. The only problem with that is that the dressing room puts chess pieces in the undershirt section still, so it might still give me a lot of nonsense. So maybe doing that would be a way of getting to right to the point more so. Yeah, I don't know. I think either way, I'm not going to do it tonight, unless you want to do it.
Make it chunkier.
Because I'm getting kind of tired, and I'm gonna want to take a break after this. Hey Nicodemus, thanks man. You've subscribed for 18 months. You're on a 5-month streak. You're my favorite customer. Turn this off. All right, man. Catch you later, dude. Yeah, I'll do it tomorrow if nothing else. I was just yeah, it's figuring out the best way to do it. It's still trying to figure that out, I guess, pretty much. Got back just in time for Zukan to call it a night. Well, we're not stopping right now, but definitely soon here. I want to still finish what I'm doing here. You got a little bit more. Hmm. 4 more hours. 4 more hours. Starts a chant. I will die. I think I'm already dying. I got the coughs pop. Got the black lung. Hmm. Suck it up, kid. Only 3 hours and 50 more minutes. I'm gonna be too tired of playing video games after all this. Sorry. If you just need to be deathly ill for a day or two, we can accept that. Dying is out of the question. Oh my goodness. Nicodemus, did you ever work for the military? That sounds like a very military thing to say. All right, so we got this guy, and we need these 3 other ones here. Sorry, I keep coughing. Yeah, Goblin did all these thumbnails. I'm not doing all of them right now. I'm just trying to get a bunch of them, the ones that I think we really need to throw in there. And then we're going to see how they all look together. All right, let's get rid of that. This one, leave this. And this is just like a over the shoulder. This is the caveman one. Okay. All right. Got this guy. Didn't we do this one? Wait, am I crazy? It's the same as this one. Maybe we don't need this one. Although, you know what I can do? This one. Looks like the cloth wrappings of Orbor from Monk's garment, possibly mummy wrappings. Let's do this. That reminds me. There we go. Okay. I'm just gonna get rid of all the stuff in the back here. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Oh man, it didn't do it. I wanted it to do both arms. Shucks. I want both arms gone. Let's do this again. Okay. And then I'm going to turn pairing off again because I actually I'm only erasing this side currently, but I want to see both sides still. All right, let's go back to Photoshop. All right. Oh boy. Save. Where are you? Save it. I'm gonna save this whole thing. I'm gonna name it Fart because I'm hilarious. I have just stored a fart in my downloads folder. Giggle. Alright, so we got this guy. The only one left is like a tattoo. Like a tattoo one. So let's just make a new layer. Let's be tattoo one. And we'll just do a little Goblin did like a little anchor thing, so let's do an anchor thing. Little anchor. We've got to do like a little mom. Shit. Where'd the color go? How did we get color here? Do a little mom. A mom tattoo. A little heart. A little arrow. And on the back. Let's look on this side. Okay, that's all reversed, so that's not really gonna work. But we'll leave it for now. And we'll put a big angry tiger. Spooky angry tiger at the back here. Rawr. 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 Spooky tiger. Ears. Got a little tongue. Very angry about it. This is one of the sailors you don't want to mess with. Okay, so we got all their stuff. Um, so we'll have to wait until tomorrow to put a wallet in, see how it looks. How we feel about it. That sort of thing. So, for now, I save my fart here in my downloads folder, and then, I think I'm gonna, oh no. I'm unable to save my fart. Oh no, this is terrible news. Maybe it'd be better to... Fart is just out there now. Okay. We'll save it. We'll save it here as well. This would be a better place to save it anyway. Farty. So we got farty fart saved up here. Just got 2 farts. All right. Oh my god, I'm so tired. I'm at dinner. I forget what I had like. I had something at like 3. So it's been 4.5 hours since I ate anything. So nothing really for dinner. But it's okay because I don't have anything for dinner. Ha ha ha. Right. What is this? Why can't I get rid of this? What the hell? Why can't I delete erase this? That's peculiar. Oh, I see. What's going on there? All right. Okay. Save that again. And yeah, I think I need to head on out, take a break, get some food, and rest. So I'll probably jump on tomorrow and do more of this stuff and get it implemented and see what it looks like and that sort of thing. Because I was gonna do that today, but it took so damn long. Also, I just remembered once again that these UVs are not entirely correct, so I might have to go through and do like a QA pass real quick, but maybe it doesn't really matter that much. But at any rate, yeah, so we'll do more tomorrow. I can't do more today, so I'm gonna hit the button and then it's gonna be the end. And I want to thank you guys for hanging out, putting up with my shenanigans, and I'll see you tomorrow for an extra day. We'll do more stuff. Everybody take care.